Check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
Well, hello there, friends and amigos. Greetings, friends. Thank you, DJ Zed. Tone it down to your magic number 33.3. It's the perfect number for all the music entertainment purposes wild style talk. Hello, amigos. Welcome to a little behind the scenes, yada yada. This is how you make a custom Xbox gamer image. Instead of going to the settings area where your gamer imaging thingamabob is, right? Where your logo and your icon is found. Hello, welcome, friends. I forgot to put my hair down. My hair looks all wacky, but it's okay. You go to the profile or the picture or the thing that you want. I want to do one of these two. I'm not sure which. I kind of like both, but I think I'm going to pick the more high contrast one. Okay, so you're looking at that. It's cool. It looks dope. What else do you tap the A button. You can share. Let's share this business to our activity feed for funsies. No captions. I'm too lazy to write captions, but welcome. Greetings. DJ Zed in the background with the drop rockin' robot beats galore. Okay, we tap that open and then we scroll over to more options. We can set this as our background, which might be fun because we have the wars. Oh, we got to keep that up. We're going to go create gamer pick first. Boom. Now, right trigger zooms it in. Now, the question is, do I want the full-on, like, default, there it is, the whole logo? Or do I want the zoom in, highlight, like, my head, like a character? Sort of. Center that a little bit. Maybe zoom out a little bit. That's what we want. That's what we want right there. New gamer pick. Right there on my dashboard in my Xbox. So you have to be handy with the screenshots. You got to have your favorite screenshot button programmed for a simple, I like single tap. One single tap of the quote share button and you get a screenshot. You can configure it a bunch of different ways. I don't remember what the default is. I think I changed it from the default, which is why I pointed out that way. But I could be wrong. That could have been the default. I don't know. But I know there was a period when I was confused and I was taking videos instead of screenshots every time I wanted a screenshot. And then I was taking screenshots instead of videos and vice versa. You know, like it was confusing. There's my new gamer pick. Yay. I'm updating stuff. Maybe we shall make that the background too. Set as background. Why not? Should we leave the name in? No, we're going to zoom in a little bit so that the name is gone. We're going to... There we go, like that. I wish I could flip. I wish there was like a flip orientation this way, so I can go like mirror image. But there it is. This will work. Boom. So that's fun. So now that's the default background on the desktop. That's how you add a custom. Where did you get that image on your desktop from? Image. Separate from picking the ones that are default available in your categories. I don't know if that then makes it available to others. I think there was a way to share them. But when I love to take screenshots, I think there's a bit of an art form to it in terms of the timing when it comes to grabbing an iconic full clean screenshot of some iconic moment in a game. And it's one of those things where it's like, I kind of hate myself a little in that sort of like, oh, why did I forget to do that? When I literally consider myself, dear friends and fellow gaming enthusiasts, my siblings in Xbox, I consider myself an Xbox gaming photo nerd. You know, like, I believe that there is a bit of a craft, a bit of an art, intuitive thing. Anybody can take a screenshot of any game anywhere, whether you realize it or not, you know? Almost anywhere, on almost any device. But especially when you get a actual photo mode where you can, like, tweak your alignment and your orientation and your framing, but also in the reverse counterintuitive sense of just being savvy enough to be like, oh, that's a perfect moment that must be captured, when the cinematics or the gameplay action or the in-game camera is showing you something that is that good and worth capturing. That's not easy, even if you consider yourself a high reflex player. Like, you also have to have a photography trained mind or intuitive photography familiar artistic vision mind. Someone that can see the photograph in the blur of stuff that's happening on screen, if I may be so bold. At any rate, this one was easy because it's iconic, because it's the cover. And kudos to them. They chose a really great cover, if I may be so bold as to say, for the Oblivion remaster. And oh, that's fun. I have my Xbox dashboard set to default that the game should it, and almost everyone, all of them do, in one way, shape, or form or another. If it has a desktop image, replace the desktop with that. So I love that, because then each game has its own cute thing that is very iconic. I miss you, Assassin's Creed Shadows. I miss you, Call of Duty. I miss you, Elder Scrolls Online. I genuinely do. I miss them like as if they were really good buddies that we used to do something together every week, and now we haven't done it for like 2 months. And it's like, wow, haven't we done it? And I know it hasn't been that long, because I just looked it up, folks. Follow me over here. Where did I look it up? Is it over here? It might be. No, it's on the desktop. Follow me through the Infinity Desktop portal of the desktop. Hello, Streamlabs desktop, and welcome, and thank you for being here. Greetings, friends. Oh, I need to check on my webcam because it's doing that thing where at the top of every show, no matter how preemptively I try to fix it, it gets all wonky and set up wrong. And then it's boom. There we go. Now, I wish the bounding box was the right dimension so it didn't have the letterboxing there, and I don't know how to fix that. I know there is a way. I think it's supposed to be like webcam capture, unlock. No, that's shrinking. Is it command? Is it... DJ said, you still playing in the background? Good. That squishes. One of these is supposed to eat it up. Oh, yeah. Eat it up. Okay, wait. Let's reset. I think it looks weird because let me... Hold on. Command Z, Command Z, Command Z, Command Z, Command Z. There we go. We figured it out. It's grab the node with... I can't see the button. Is it controller? I think it's option. Option. I've been wanting to be able to do that for millennia. Look at me learning a thing. You can't really tell what's going on unless you're over... Well, you'll see this in a hot second, TikTok. Streamlabs, you just saw me disappear the letterboxes by shrinking the bounding box that is displaying. Like, I shrunk it instead of scaled it. And because I knew there was a way to do that, but I also completely forgot. And now we're doing it to the TikTok version of the webcam bounding box. So now it shouldn't have they should be not visible. They're still there technically, but now you're not seeing them because I shrunk the darn thing. We're going to put this up here. for we might even we can still stretch this box too. This webcam. TikTok viewers, you get the full treatment up there. Transform. Hello, welcome friends. I can flip. I forgot I can flip. Have I been not properly flipping? Okay, there we go. Enough of that technical nonsense. What did we do? Oh, I was bringing you here so we can trip the light fantastic. Visit TikTok. Hello, TikTok. This is what it takes for me to come over here and visit and see people's names if you're passively viewing. So if you want to guarantee a delightfully warm hello in between rounds of gaming action, please drop an emoji. Drop a little hello. I know that it's also encouraged, like I'm supposed to ask you to tap that screen to give me the hearts. You know the drill. I try not to over pander. I'm also super stoned. It's the day after 420. What did you expect? I'm also not about that life. I'm also limited by my technology and my setup. Because I'm not streaming with the app. Because I'm not streaming at you with my phone or with my iPad. Directly using, because I don't have, for whatever reason, I've been excluded in that department. But Streamlabs desktop on my iMac has a deal with TikTok, the way they have a deal with Twitch for free. So if you've been wondering, like, especially if you're on Mac, but I believe this is also true on Windows. If you've been like, I want to up my streaming game, a lot of people stream directly from their Xbox or from their PlayStation, and they don't know what to do next. And it's like, I know I need a capture card, but then what? It's like the capture card by itself is not enough. You need a capture card that patches into either a complex system that takes in all the feeds and combines them, which is like I don't have the right kind of box of that. I have a box that I thought does that, but doesn't. If you want to get really fancy, you need one of those Steam decks. Not Steam decks, that's a different thing. You need the Stream Control deck that coordinates with your Streamlabs or OBS or whatever software so that you can control the software not using a mouse and keyboard, but big, fun, chunky, like rubber phone buttons. That makes it, I guess, easier to control the show, to stage manage the show. I'm a trained professional theater stage manager, and I don't mean like push play on the movie machines. I mean, I have at various in almost every station you can imagine, on deck, above deck, behind stage, backstage, in the scene shop, in the prop shop, in the lumber shop. That's not what they call it. In the carp shop, in the electric shop primarily. But in one way, shape, or form or another, I have worked with these hands and this mind. All those gigs in a professional theater setting throughout the course of many years. And then a combination of global, national, and personal circumstances just derailed my entire already kind of dead-ended career because I stuck it out at a venue that didn't have anywhere to offer me, and there was nowhere for me to launch to. Like, unless I wrote 10 amazing plays and then they chose to discover me, I wasn't about to like go anywhere else besides, minimum wage labor, manual laborer. And that's the whole industry. The problem is the professionals that bust their ass and literally like bleed, sweat, and weep for each production oftentimes are barely scraping by. And people think that everyone makes, thousands of dollars or even hundreds of dollars the way the actors. They don't. Not even the actors make that good of a living. But that's a whole nother conversation. Anyways, welcome to the show. This is what I wanted to bring you to. I don't know why I went on a tangent. But if you ever wondered, why is that guy so darn weird? It's because I spent 150 years training to do something I now am not physically capable of doing without having also inherited a family fortune to be able to like establish my own fund and my own charitable board and my own 501c3 and my own theater company and buy a building and all that, because that's what I train for. I just don't. I just literally. Also, world building. I'm right. One of my central characters is that guy, but fictionally in the future. So, welcome to my show. It's all about weird things like that. I am a character from a book series you haven't read yet because I'm still failing to write it on Wattpad Wednesdays. But hey, it's Wednesday, April 23rd. So first I want to say this to my most obsessive compulsive oriented viewer. Dear Eclipse, please clip that. Pause. Moving on. Welcome to a weird and wacky multi-dimensional live stream show. Not only am I here dedicated to commodifying myself, doing the absurdly meaningless act of playing way too many video games that I don't even have enough time to play because I FOMO'd out. I missed out on them, and now I have the awkward quote opportunity as provided to us by whoever are the overlords of the internet to supposedly be able to find an audience and sell myself to them by performing the act of something that I'm passionate about, which is playing all the video games I never had time to play because my life is in ruins and I happen to have a tiny little strap my belt even tighter every month budget to put on a little show like this in hopes that I'll get discovered, and that by that extension, and hopeful being discovered means real audience. Also be able to commodify all my other intellectual property, which is very, very real. Like I really, really do. I'm struggling with writer's block, and that's part of my own little melodrama. And believe it or not, so is the research of playing all these different games, which I over-explain all the time, but many a person has never ever heard it. So allow me to briefly explain. One of the big, huge, complicated, impossible to prepare for things in my book series that I want to make as a love letter of homage of what's the other word? There's another word that I always want to use in connection to homage. When one is doing a tribute through emulation and mimicry and or reference and or straight pastiche, which is a legitimate theatrical technique which some people want to reduce down to plagiarism, but it's not as if I meant to pass anything off as if it were my own. No, I was literally referencing the thing. Although one time I failed to do it correctly, and I was I guess at least one big fat toe and a pinky toe over the line in real life and in the world building, fiction building of this multitude of characters. So welcome to the show. I use any opportunity that I'm live streaming and that my brain is feeling activated, whether or not there is an audience participating, to prompt myself to spew out chunks of the world building stuff, because for whatever reason they come at me more vividly if I'm distracted doing something else other than sitting at the keyboard looking at a blank page. Now, in an attempt to capitalize on that reality that I discovered whilst dabbling in the hobbyist, maybe this weird hobby will turn into something that is a nice side hustle exploration of video game live streaming. I realized several things. One, if I'm going to write about this, if I'm going to write about a character specifically, to zoom in the focus, I'm writing about many characters. I'm writing about many different characters, each of which is inspired by some key thing that is deeply real to me in my life, but will be the basis of a very fictional character to explore whatever that particular puzzle piece is. Like, for example, unrequited love. There's a whole romantic set of characters that I want to explore, inspired by some of my own true life romantic misadventures, and things that went beautifully and things that went horribly wrong, that I want to twist and turn and flip upside down and explore through the lens of completely made up fictional characters that have a bunch of other issues going on with them and baggage and are in the midst of a struggle of huge epic dystopian situations, right? Well, they say write what you know. I've got that, the part about like stuff that I learned from my real life. I've got that. But I also sat down and realized one of the things that I want to start with to introduce the technological fantasy, because I've got a really specifically weird, and what maybe to some people, even people who are into sci-fi and computer fiction, may be confusing, like idea for what's going on in the world, and also like how it's not what's really going on in the world, because it's part of an illusion. And in that setup, sorry, I picked up my lighter for no effing reason. In that setup, there's a gaggle of characters, a chorus of characters. My brain always comes up in ideas of like group settings. So I think very much in ensemble pieces. And then in that ensemble piece, I set a weird character that is a bit of an outcast and that is inspired by some sliver of my real life pain or joy or confusion about the world, right? As like their central thematic thing that makes them a character, as opposed to other characters. And for one of them, it's about this whole weird, complicated narrative history that retcons all of living known history and reality into a fun, very adjacent, very right next door to your reality, but just a little extra science fiction-y from a little earlier on, in which a set of characters that all happen to be iterations in disguise and in self-amnesia of the multi-faceted, multi-instanced, multi-persona character, the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo. That's something people may not be clearly aware of. My fictional character is a character that sort of akin to, there's just one character to go off on a real life inspirational tangent. I've always wanted this power, but this was the best analogy I ever saw in someone else's work of fiction. And I didn't see it coming, and I was like so jealous when I saw it. I was like, damn it, someone just wrote a really great version of something right up this very specific alley that I want to explore for my own fictional character. And this happened years ago. This book series that's lodged in my head has been trapped in my head since birth, I think. Or at least some instance of it. And it's all just been evolving and accruing complexity and then re-evolving and mutating and becoming its own constantly impossible to keep up with new thing, even though I've had the central idea for a very long time. Not really since birth, obviously, but in the fiction, the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo is like, I've always known whatever the it is. Each of his little weird iterations lives a very iconic life, and they've always known what they were meant to do from as early as they can remember, consciously wondering what they should do. So essentially, since birth. Like, for example, one example of that is I want to retcon live streaming to have been pioneered by a visionary, like, teenage, iconic kid that became an adult industry mogul by bootstrapping themselves into fame and celebrity and investment, and then self-investment, and then, acquisition. The American dream. By being the first to set the template of, hello and welcome, and this is a goofy pretend news-like pseudo not real journalism radio talk show inspired, but I'm doing it on a video format about these video games. Okay, so that's a whole encyclopedic biography of a character with many weird adventures I want to write, or at least make reference to, because it happens in the backstory to what happens in the deep future, where a future iteration or generation of a mogul human instance of the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo that is not quite yet woken up to the realization, oh shit, I'm not a normal human being. I'm just one instance of this. I never finished explaining where I got confirmation that I love this idea. I'm not taking direct inspiration from this, although people will tell me that I am. I've literally always thought of my character this way since long before this show happened. But if you remember the show Heroes, put a pin on whatever the F I was saying about Mr. Zeppo Mogul in the future. We'll come back to what he discovers / rediscovers and then reinvents in this dystopian, cybernetically enhanced future that is my original world building I'm trying to get to. But do you remember the television show For Reals, in reality? Also, in the retconning of my own history and for the world building of my own, it's an acknowledged homage reference, as everything is, because all of this is fan fiction to everything I've ever watched and loved or consumed, played, read, which includes theater. But in television, there was this show forever ago, and I'll come full circle to the video game we're about to play, called Heroes. I know that wasn't that long ago for some people of a certain age, and for me, that's still a new show that I need to rewatch because I don't think it's available on streaming, so it's sort of lost in the mists of it's from before streaming. I had not watched it while it was on television. A friend had the box, like the full collection. I think it was like a done and over with thing. Or it was very late and on its way towards its like second to last or last season. I don't know which. I don't remember which. But they had a box collection of the most up-to-date version of whatever it was at the time. If I'm wrong and it was still on the air, then they only had whatever seasons were available on DVD at that point, up until minus the seasons that were yet to come out. I don't remember exactly where we were, but somewhere in that, we weren't, obviously it wasn't like, they weren't inviting me over to a marathon viewing of it on TV or on streaming, okay? My friends invited me over. My friends from university, for those of you who don't know the British slang. My friends from uni invited me to an overnight, like, come over and hang out all night, and we're going to lounge and drink and smoke and smoke, because we were all part-time or full-time cigarette smokers, too, at the time. Oh, that makes me want to go smoke. Fighting off the urge, both character and real life. They invited me over to this shindig, as I like to call them. It was just like, we're just going to chillax, hang out, stay over, crash on our couch. We're going to have brunch. We're going to keep, because they wanted to watch all of it, or the whole box collection, or I don't know if they were also messing with me, because in the middle of that, they invited me over to watch Heroes. For those of you who didn't catch the name of the show. Heroes, which is about, like, people realizing they've got superpowers and deciding to either be good guys or bad guys about it. And there's a superpowered cheerleader, and it's all about rescuing her from some supervillain of some kind. I forget. I never finished watching the show. But in the middle of this, because it really did sit down and shindig and start like watching, and they were like, well, we're here, but we're willing to watch the first couple episodes to catch you up if that's what this... No, I'm like, no. That's fine. Because they were like, they had been binge watching it either from a previous weekend or that whole week. And they were just finally like, get RJ over here or something. I don't know. Get Mr. Zeppo over here. However I came about being there, they asked me, do you care? We're in the middle of this season and I'm moving on to this episode. Do you mind just dropping into a show you've never watched before like that? I'm like, no, I love that shit. I love it. Back when we didn't have streaming, I loved it when people had shows on DVD and they invited me over to like, do you want to watch some of this show? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, and I would always ask, like, are you in the process of watching it for the first time, or rewatching it for the umpteenth time, or do you just want to, like, give me a guided tour of curated 2, 3, 4 episodes to give me, like, a full impact, like, sampling, but also makes me want to watch the rest of the show? I love that. It doesn't ruin anything for me, because all I need to do is, like, back in the day, all I would need to do is either rent or buy that series, sit down and watch it, or not give a flying F, or find it in syndication and start recording it on my DVR and start watching it and, you know, catch up with it, etc., etc. There are ways. And now that it's streamable, even less, right? I can just go home and like, oh, what platform is this on? But anyways, I digress. 2 things happened that night that were wild and impacted me and my awareness and my creativity and my way of thinking. One, curiously, was that it was all a setup for a prank. They were really in the middle of watching Heroes, and they were all really big fans, but they all also, for whatever reason, thought it was funny to sit people down under false pretenses, like in prank format, in prank mode, and then sneak in, like, we gotta watch this other thing too, and then show them The Secret. Like, you can get that at Barnes & Noble now. But back then, I guess, it was only available, it was not quite so readily available. There was like a DVD that I don't know where they'd gotten it from, but it's like a little documentary that, like, introduces you and seduces you into whatever the scheme is over there at The Secret. They're like a huge brand, and I swear, like, I'd already come across them because their book was already sort of like a thing. I just hadn't read I hadn't seen a DVD. But this was also, the DVD was presented super extra, like, and they don't want you to know about The Secret. And, like, I'd already gone through my, like, investigation of worlds, religions, and mythologies and mysticisms phase. Like, I did that when I was 15 or 13 or something, okay? So, years before these kids were even contemplating, like, because everyone is this when I went back to uni? Yeah, I'd already dropped out and come back. So they were all technically like a little bit younger than me, even though we were all we all looked about the same age. I was like, oh, I should have been a grad student, and I wasn't. I was hanging out with the undergrads because I was an undergrad. I wasn't in grad school. And so the grad students didn't like me very much because they were like, oh, that's weird. You're lame. And then the undergrad students were like, oh, you're old. You're older than you look. That's kind of creepy. Anyways, these were my friends. These were like my buds. We had already done 1 or 2 different shows, each of us into some combination or another. And then they're close friends. So it was a couple of dudes that were like actual, I thought, in that moment, new, awesome theater friends, university friends, that were the ones I preferred to hang out with, that I sought out to talk to during the course of any given random run-of-the-mill week. And on the weekends, more importantly, when we weren't busy doing stuff. Or on our free days, which is usually actually Monday. But I digress. So they're working me up to think that they all really believe in not just manifestation, which is now so overdone that, like, Christians are doing it, right? Christians that would have burnt you at the stake a hot minute ago are now like, we got to make our vision board and start manifesting in the name of Jesus. Usually some sort of Rambo Jesus these days, which is a lie. By the way, pin on the corkboard, my most controversial statement from this past holiday weekend. Check out my TikTok. I made a little tiny little like meme video. And it's controversial, but Rambo Jesus is a lie. A lie. Like an obvious, duh, how can you not tell that this is psyop, psychological manipulation? Lie. And there's a bunch of people out there that need to hear it. So, please do clip that and share it with the world, my friends. Pass it along. Okay, so yada yada yada. They pulled that off. We all have a good laugh because they all finally crack. I'm kind of like one step ahead of them because I'm already really, really aware and cautious and protective of myself when it comes to cults and pyramid schemes and things that are pyramid schemes and might also be cults, etc. Like I'd already, read all about Jamestown and like done all my research back in the day when these kids were still a gleam in their daddy's eye. Okay, well, I not that far back, but it's like when a freshman tries to pull one on a senior, except it's like a freshman in high school. It's like literally a freshman in high school trying to hang out with and pull a hard prank on someone who is like about to graduate university, like a senior in college. Except that we were both in college still. There was just a big enough age gap that like, no, I wasn't going to fall for it. We all had a good laugh. And then we had a real talk about the difference between that brand and its product line and the community and or the services or it's not quite a religion, but like the church-like organization that they espouse or cultivate, and the esoteric realities that seem to be true out about in the universe that need no sales or marketing team or cult-like infrastructure. It's just a thing that people have encountered, right? And we got into a big, way deep discussion about that. And so that was awesome. And having gone through that, and also sort of like gone through the weirdly, like I did have a creepy hairs at the back of my head, like oh no, am I surrounded by people who believe in some messed up version of The Secret? Like, am I surrounded by a bunch of people that are trying to start their own weird, creepy thing? Am I surrounded by a bunch of people that know it's a scam or know it's not as real as it could be, but that they're like, like what am I surrounded by? Is this a prank or is this something I need to get worried about and start gathering my things, right? Mind you, this is something that happened under the influence of probably both cannabis and alcohol, as we were not going anywhere, right? We were planted on the couch, and it was a stayover. What do you call those? A sleepover party. We were all going to crash out there at our friend's apartment. All however many of us. It was more than 4, but less than 10. And I'm not trying to spill the beans or spill tea on anybody. It was an awesome, beautiful time. Something about that experience is seared in the back of my mind, right? And I want to utilize it. It has become a some sort of like memory mnemonic device, a memory meme, a memory icon that I want to reinterpret and use in my fiction because of the weird, interesting, hilarious, and very sort of self-aware, heightening. It lulled me into a deep. They lulled me into a deep sense of security, where I was super relaxed, super vulnerable, super like vibrationally wide open and attuned to them. And if anybody who likes the smoking community knows that you get it to a chill ass place. And you're vibing. Like, so that's where y'all get the language. Even if you don't approve of smoking cannabis, if you've ever talked about vibing, where the F do you think that language comes from? It comes from people who get really high and whose minds get really altered by the influence that cannabis provides. One of those experience modalities, because there are many and people have slightly different sets of experiences, but one of those experience modalities is that you start to feel the vibe in the room, not just in a I think I understand what's going on kind of way, but in a I can feel it in the center of my skull kind of way. I can feel it entering and exiting my body, penetrating my body, and I can ease into it with others and line up with them and be in tune with them and feel the fun, copacetic, synergistic vibing between us. And even if we don't realize or acknowledge or think of it in very technical terms, it is metaphysical energy, in my humble opinion. I digress. They got me to that really relaxed, I would argue, potentially sacred place. And then kind of almost scared the living bejesus out of me. Because they did sort of hint at potentially, this isn't just the secret. This is something a little extra and maybe a little edgy. Oh. And they were being theater, melodramatic. We're pranking this guy and we want him to feel disoriented and freaked out, pranking me. And they like got real close, but I also like don't buy into that kind of stuff. And never have and would not be at risk of buying into that kind of stuff. And I don't mean the metaphysical. I was having a mildly metaphysical event myself because of the pranking. I just don't buy into taking any kind of organized to not use the C word, any kind of organized community group dynamic that dictates how one should think. And also they pushed it just enough to where they started making themselves laugh internally, and they started to crack like a sketch comedy group doing a weird, awkward, cringy sketch that is supposed to be very funny. Anyways, it was a grand, glorious, good time. And for many reasons, that will always be very vivid, but also very weirdly hyperlucid and surreal memory in my mind. One of which I'm sure I'm missing lots of details. And probably not getting the flow exactly right anymore, ever. Because I know how memory works. I'm not naive about how memory works. When something lives lucidly and vividly in my mind as a memory, I realize that it's got strong inclinations towards becoming essentially fiction. And this is something that I do indeed want to tinker with and explore with in fictional settings for the characters that I'm developing. So I'm letting myself ramble about it. The other thing that happened, to bring things full circle and to share with you about a key central ingredient to the incorrigible Mr. Seppo character, is that it's somewhere in the middle of all that, we got back to watching Heroes, and wherever they were in their journey, they were in the episodes in which, whatever season it was, the Heroes team meets the Carnival Freak people, and Carnival Freaks all pretend to just be Carnival Freaks, but also they have superpowers. Like, they all pass as Carnival Freaks by default, which is the clever thing. Then they also additionally have Heroes universe superpower features. And one guy, because I stopped them and I said, that's my whole life. When people are like, what kind of superpower do you wish you had? I wish I could be multiple fractal holographically real, yet illusory, semi-independent, semi-autonomous, but also hive mind driven instances of myself that can work in chorus, but also, as independent actors, so that I could be Team Zeppo of any number I want. And this guy who worked in the carnival was like, like this muscle henchman guy, and the boss, someone that was like a boss person, was like, go get this done. This guy was like, okay. And then he like stepped aside and just went, and then out from the center of himself stepped out 5 other versions of him. Blip, blip, blip. I don't know if there was a sound effect or not. I forget what it was. But mine, it would be like zip, 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 zip. Various tones and frequencies with a Z. Get it? And I'd love to just be like, hello. Cowboy. And now people are like, you're just ripping off Deadpool. I'm like, no, I've had this since long before I ever heard of the comic book Deadpool, let alone the movies existed. Is Deadpool an awesome, iconic, brilliant instance of what a multiversal, version of self character would be like? Abso-effing-lutely. Do I have my own weird, wild, wacky idea of it that I've been sitting on and not writing out for like a millennia and a half? Yes. And if you don't believe it, tough titty, said the kitty when the milk ran dry. As we used to say on the playground when someone was upset but there was nothing to be done. And sorry, that's probably considered sexist now, but we literally, everybody, like, that was something that I remember for a spell somewhere in elementary school, like, everybody said. Like, girls, boys, whatever. You scraped your knee and you were mad that you fell and scraped your knee, but there was nothing you could do about it because the nurse's station was out of bandages and now your knee was just irritating and annoying you. Somebody in your group, my group, would step up and be like, tough titty, dude. Tough titty. And someone would be like, what? Tough titty, said the kitty when the milk ran dry. Like, it's just, I don't know. Is that sexist? It's about a cat, but it's also about biology, but it's also about the female body's biology, so it probably is inherently sexist, and I apologize. I didn't mean to use it in a sexist way. But there we are. What am I talking about? Oh, right. So, full circle. Multiple instances of self is central to the phenomena that is this character, which is why you may randomly hear me talking about the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo in an impossible array of different contexts and or settings. So there you go. In one of them, he was like the champion live streamer that was like the visionary early adopter. No one wanted to do it. No one was doing it. He started doing it. And not that he was instantly famous for doing it. But I digress. And then, so that's in the past. Retconning all video game history to include Mr. Zeppo somewhere. Am I just borrowing Deadpool's unmade, unfilmed, oh my god, they should have made this. They should make it now. Please, I hope they're already making it. Even though I'll totally be jealous while watching it, and I'll totally be accused of just ripping it off later, even though I'm retconning myself into actual history and not a set of movies that I've already made. But Deadpool's, what is it called? Deadpool's cutscene extravaganza or something? Where they were gonna, this is the most amazing thing, pin on the corkboard. I've talked about this before, but I'm talking about it again. I really need to make a Mr. Zeppo's totally irrelevant media review podcast live stream episode about this idea, which doesn't exist. It's just something they talked about during the development days and then mentioned in the documentary. But it's true, to the best of my knowledge, that it almost became a thing. But they were going to make a Deadpool 3. We got Wolverine and Deadpool instead, or Deadpool and Wolverine, whatever you want to call it. But they were going to make Deadpool was in every MCU movie, but his scenes got cut. Here's all the cut scenes strung together like a movie. The movie. And I was like, yes, please! So please, hashtag Ryan Reynolds. If someone, please clip this and send it to him. I think if you don't realize that the world would love that idea, what are you doing? How are you, Ryan Reynolds? And not me. Because I think the world would. And you need to make it. Please and thank you, dear, gloriously amazing, genius person who's probably never going to see my video clips. Someone send that off to him. Okay. I've talked myself hoarse. I'm excited because my whole live streaming thing is completely derailed and has been weirdly derailed for multiple reasons. But today we're going to stay on track. A, hello and welcome to the show. B, I wasn't sure yesterday when Elder Scrolls launched, which is why we've been sitting here parked over this website forever, I just realized. Thank God my camera was on because I was totally mugging at the camera the entire time. And I would have been really sad. It's as bad as being muted on the mic is being muted on the webcam because I was totally like, hey, what's up, webcam? I'm talking at you. We were over there on that website because I wanted to confirm, and I want to turn off my webcam now. Come here, webcam. Hide. Oh, glory, glory of glories. We fixed the weird bounding box thing. Are we going to have to fix the bounding box in every scene because we did that? I don't know. We'll find out. Hopefully not. But let's go back over here. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered was launched on April 22nd, 2025. It's available on Xbox Series X, PC, and Xbox app for Windows PC, Cloud, and PlayStation 5. The game was also available day one with Game Pass, and it is on Xbox Play Anywhere title. Boom, shakalaka. So, I thought I missed out. I was right there on the money day one. So, this is day two, brah. And I'm excited about that. TikTok? Nobody. 52 viewers, but no names for some weird reason. That's because none of them stayed long enough to register as like an actual longy-timey thing. There's a bunch of like making content about making content that we want to do on our next. I need a little mental break from playing Oblivion / whatever else we're going to play today. And I didn't ever do any of the alternate. Today we're going to try to do variety. But look, I realized that I needed to update the Facebook page, so that's updated. Talking about screenshots. And then I need to do the same thing over here. That's my Eclipse. We need to check in on that later. Oh, I just need to mute it. Okay, but anyways. We could, should, would update this. Although I guess it doesn't matter because we're live right now. We can just close that page. Let's go over here. Hello, Twitch. Let's go settings. Let's go channel. Brand. I posted these Call of Duty themed signage cards the other day. Oh, I haven't sent these over yet, have I? No, come here. You need to go to the iPad Pro. So I set on my Twitch profile. I said because I love that you can add some graphics there. Do I have this in here? No, I don't yet. We're gonna add this in here because we're gonna nerd out about Oblivion this week. Not that. Here we go. Boop, boop. But as you can see, I made several Call of Duty Variety Chaos, Call of Duty Boot Camp, Call of Duty Story Campaign Mode. We're gonna do Call of Duty Week. Really, 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 really soon. But I got sort of preempted and derailed and surprised by the simple fun fact that the long-awaited shadow drop of Oblivion Remastered arrived yesterday. So I couldn't miss it. I couldn't not be on it, streaming it. So there we are. Oh, I need to send both of these to my desktop. Oh, wait. I need to turn on the Wi-Fi on my iMac. I don't usually have the Wi-Fi turned on my iMac because I have the iMac hardwired into my router. So I don't need the Wi-Fi. And then also the mouse acts weird on the edge of every screen if the Wi-Fi's on. So it doesn't impede my internet use at all. It's just a weird, quirky thing. Because I got screen share. I love having screen share when I want to screen share the mouse and keyboard to my iPads. But if I don't want that, I don't need it on. Except for when I want to airdrop shit. So, sorry. When I want to airdrop assets. Is that better? Assets. What a horrible word. Why did we call it that? Anyways, here we are, friends. I still have a bunch of coffee. I haven't power over consumed them yet. How delightful. Okay, good. Now we've got redundant copies of Oblivion logo on my desktop. I need to rename one of these. Here we go. Oh, I didn't mean to open it for shit's sake. I just want to rename it. Okay. I mistypo. Alright, sorry, handling some of the... This is the tedium they don't tell you about. Become a content creator, they say. Manage files all day long and spend endless hours dealing with assets and images and stuff you've okay. Yada yada da da da. Okay, we don't need this. This is redundant. Bye bye. Move to trash. Are you guys following along, or are you staring at some other screen? I don't know. Let's go look. Where did we park you? You're staring at my iPad. Come with me to Infinity Desktop Portal. Okay, so we fixed all that. We're gonna upload. Which one? We're gonna upload the one that doesn't have. That one has no text, so that's gonna be the header. I don't know how it's gonna sit in the frame. Yay! So that's the header. And then this is the video player banner. I need to start making little videos for that. I think it's clever when people have videos there, but I also love having this just a static image here. But for this one, to make it the same but different, we're going to go with the one that's got text. And then you can't tell when it's live, but when I'm not live, go to my profile and click on my profile picture, and it'll open up like this banner so you can see the full banner with the selection of videos you could start playing. That's how that works. This one is the one that shows up on the header behind the little row of videos that's like always default there at the top of your page. I guess we can take a look at that. No, because it'll make redundant, weird, creepy noises. Let's just go back over here. So good times. No, that doesn't need to go into chat. Good times indeed, friends. We're about to dive in. We're going to do other things. We're going to be weird and goofy and do other things too. But first, let's turn these off for now. So that if anyone decides to chat, TikTok, anybody there? Hello, TikTok viewers. Come here. Okay. I want to make that like a default. I want to make that a little logo. Make this a little TikTok sticker that sits in my TikTok display. This text that I just typed. All right. Let's see if we can't make that happen. Also, let's go ahead and put that in chat just so that it shows up in chat. Welcome to the show, folks. We are getting ready. Been overhyping this. It's just the start of my day, so I'm animated and chit-chatty. I went off on a whole world-building tangent there. I apologize. Talking about Mr. Zeppo and the thing, and his multiplicity. And I don't mean that he's two-faced. I mean that he literally has multiple instances of self. On various levels. Anyways, so huzzah! This did indeed launch just yesterday. About which I am excited, friends, believe it or not. Okay, back to the desktop. Thank you for being here. Sorry for nerding out. But we did update our graphics and do a little bit of behind the scenes. You know what we should do? We should make a TikTok video using this image, but trimmed down. But also, let's say, for example, go to Xbox Raw Feed. Come here, Xbox, don't fall asleep. As we launch the game, I'm going to make a text floaty widget for all my TikTok output. Let's see if I can make that work. Later, I'll replace it, hopefully, with a cute little graphic. Or should we just make the graphic first? Got an idea for a TikTok video. We're going to put a pin on the corkboard for it. Do it later. DJ Zed, stop with your music. Stop, I said. No, stop, I said. Jesus. Sorry, friends. That was awkward and badly transitioned. I'm sure it sounded horrible. Ooh, that looks so good. I need to grab the earliest moment where you don't even see the character in the flames yet. I'm missing that. As like an image, iconic image that I've captured. Just call me a video game photography artist. Okay, what I need to remember is how to make a short clip live on the Xbox. So I think I've got those commands mixed up in my head. I want to make like a loop of just this opening icon of it loading and then just sitting there. All right. One moment, please, friends. That was so lame and nerdy and pointless, but there it is. Now we can put that there, and I can drop it in any of the scenes, because it's now saved. So I realize, like, I say it a lot, but I probably don't have it floating up there enough. Don't be shy. Please say hi as you swipe on by, friends. Okay, we're about to have a freshly packed bowl of devil's cabbage. This is a cannabis-friendly zone. If you are anti-cannabis, what are you doing following me for? Except to be a troll. You don't need. That's not. We don't have any need for that here. This is a cannabis-friendly zone. That doesn't mean I'm going to be shoving it in your face. I can do anything you can do stoned, probably better. Because I'm a shaman and a mystic about it, and I'm not, like, partying. I'm ever so slightly microdosing so that I can enjoy this ridiculous self-commodification to try to survive the end of the world as we know it. So thank you for joining me and becoming a fan. Please do click on through to solo.to/Mr. Zeppo to read all about the book series, which... just by being here and just by asking weird questions, you might help me to develop, refine, and write. It is Wattpad Wednesday, so I might want to sneak in at some point, forcing myself to stare at an actual blank page over on Wattpad and write about something to reflect how I'm trying to incorporate the research of playing these video games and what it means. So, yeah, in the future, in the Zeppoverse book series, there's a rediscovery of video games from our life, and they are like reinvented and reimagined and re-engineered and redeployed all over again, and people play them in time-compressed, time-dilated, time-leveraged scenarios, so that instead of an actual 60-hour to 130-hour thing that eats up, all of your free time, it's something that you dive into and can explore what feels like a lifetime's worth of lifetimes, and then pop back out, and it's been 11 seconds or 11 minutes or something like that. Yes, some people might say I'm just copying that video game from that one cartoon show, and I'm not. That thought was like, shit, they just did that thing that I want to do. So, anyways, there you go. Maybe I should have it say... oh, no, I meant to hide it on this side. I guess I could have it say also TikTok Live and stream and Twitch, whatever. Y'all, just don't be shy. Say hi. I'm putting it over on TikTok because of the whole... I'm trying to do TikTok roll call. And if you literally type hello, then it'll stay there longer, and I can read your name in casual comfort. Okay, one last little thing. I need to preemptively answer Mother Nature's call, and then we're really going to do a deep dive into what's happening next. I think I wrap my brain around things that I want to do. I am going to kind of revisit other cities on the map first, for the shits and giggles of seeing what other easy to pick up, obvious right off the top of the bat from just showing up at the city, rumors and or whatever side quests we might pick up. And then I want to finish that tour by going to the quote prophet and meeting him, because that's like a one that stands out to me that I want to sort of just investigate. And then we're going to go back to the location, that town, Kevlar, whatever they called it, where the first Oblivion gate was, that we shut down successfully. And then because we got to help that character push that up the hill or whatever, they think they got to fight to reclaim their town. Couldn't just be over. Couldn't just be, okay, now we're going to rebuild. No, we got to fight some more, apparently. So we're going to hit that. After this little quick tour, I'm going to try not to take forever. And I'm going to try to also remember to whatever junk I picked up along the way towards getting to making that push in that that's a main story questline thing, that I sell everything off besides what gear I'm actually going to fight in, so that I got room to pick stuff up. Alright, that's the plan. I gotta go answer Mother Nature's call. Please stand by for one hot second as we leave you here enjoying the character diorama of this setting briefly. For uno momento, por favore, vis avec this challenge to play through all these games. Okay, friends. Here we go. I'm going to go quiet mode for a hot minute just to get into the immersive aspects of it, but we'll check in with chat on TikTok and everybody in just a hot minute. And then interspersed throughout today when we take breaks, we're going to do a little bit of additional content, media, making documentary style, making content about making content. Because this project is a project of many projects and all of it can be described as content making. And I think I'm going to push myself. I think I already said this, but pin on the corkboard. The challenge is on, in my own head, to spend a little bit of time on a blank page writing something that creates the fan fiction setting context connection between the future of the Zeppoverse and the retconning of video games into that past, that lost past of before the cataclysmic event. Which will make sense once you orient yourself around what's going on in the Zeppoverse by reading the sample chapters over on Wattpad. Alright, brace yourselves for all of that, because here we go.
Hi there!
What can I do for you? I turned up copies of the first 2 volumes from my colleagues, and I spent a little time rereading them. Mainkar Cameron certainly is a fascinating writer, undoubtedly insane, but fascinating. But more to the point, it appears to me that the first words of each paragraph may be significant. A message may be hidden there. I'll continue to study the problem. Come by tomorrow if you like. I may think of something else. Necromancy may be legal in Cyrodiil, but few will openly admit to practicing it now that the Mages Guild has banned it. The first words of each paragraph are the key. I'm sure of it. Well, I shouldn't keep you. Goodbye.
Okay, I kind of thought about that previously when we were reading them earlier. I guess we're going to preempt everything else I was going to do and write down the cipher. Write down the... It's a standard acronym thingamabob. I saw them. They were illuminated letters on those books. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me grab a bit of scrap paper. Over here. This notepad is full of all kinds of silly nonsense. Where do I have a writing implement? Alright, here we go. We're gonna bust open these books here. Where are they? There should be an inventory category that is just books, bro. How did they not give us that? Miscellaneous doesn't have the books. Well, it's got some of the books. But that's not the book that I want to read. There we go. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're just going to go straight through them and jot them all down. All the thingamabobs. Hello, TikTok Live. Hello, Twitch TV. Don't be shy. Please say hi as you swipe on by. Okay, what is this? Greetings? I guess we're just going to write down all these letters in a row. G. R. E. E. N. That's green, I guess. M. P. E. Green M. I'm just going to write them down without trying to make words out of them yet. I'm just going to write them down in order. Green Emperor. I see the word Emperor coming. Yep. There we go. Green Emperor. Solving the mystery of the books. Okay, so that's apparently one phrase. W A Y W H. That's gonna be a new word probably. W H E R E. E R E W H. Whosoever answers, you're coming. Wayward. Way here. W-A-Y-W here. It just doesn't seem like these are spelled correctly, but okay. T-O-W. Is that one word or two? W-E-R-T. Two-word. Touch. Oh, tower. T-W-E-R. Tower, touch. Touche. Touches. Green Ember, Wei Hur, Tower touches. Okay, then. Is that an I? I give my soul to Magnagi. Mid. Okay, so midday. I believe. D-A-Y. D-A-Y-S. Midday sun. That's it. Green Emperor. Wayward. That one does not make sense. Number 2. W-A-Y-W-H-E-R-E. It's either H-E-R-E or W-E-R-E, but not W-H-E-R-E, right? Am I crazy? That's not spelled correctly at all. Tower touches, midday sun. Let's revisit 2, just in case we're crazy. W-A-Y W-H-E-R-E. Where? Her. Is that how you spell her as in the past tense? Where were you? I don't know. Where the F are we? We're still over here in the mages thing. Let's see if we need to talk to her again now or we need to come back later.
What?
I love what they've done with the figures
He's seeing you.
for the people in the game.
Do you want something from me?
No, darling. I haven't even started on your list of things to get. But, because one of the problems I was having with this game in the other form, in the original form, was that all the characters look god-awful. They just look so terrible. Now, the characters are actually fun, interesting, curious to look at, articulate, and can sync their lips to the words being said. And it's like, oh yay, everything we wished was true about the game that hadn't been yet. You know, it finally is. Okay, where the F are we? I don't want to wait. I'm gonna back. I wish that was a different button. Well, she doesn't want to talk to me now. I guess I have to wait a day to come back to talk to her. I want to visit. There's Skyrim. Okay, I want to end up here at the Gate of Oblivion. And I want to visit all the other towns. I know, we'll start here. I'm going to visit all the other towns. I don't think anybody's like attached to my party. I don't think anyone's following me around. I think I've got quests to achieve, but there's no actual time pressure right now. There's nothing that's going to like explode, I don't think. I want to vendor. Pick up any interesting and obvious starter quests or side quests that are hanging out. The only one I really want to like pursue or chase after is the Prophet, just to get that story chunk.
Oh, hello.
Oh, well, hello to you.
What is it now?
Talking sheep. What? Oh, it's not. And yeah, that's the plan. We're gonna go clockwise around the map and end up back at the Oblivion,
Hello there.
the Dead Oblivion Gate. And then we'll pick up that main quest about pushing into that town, etc. We'll see what weird adventures we get into along the way. Also, crazy thought, I can't help but compare the horse riding and its movement mechanics to Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's the only thing where I'm like, ooh, I wish it was as better, I wish it was as good as Shadows. But whatever. It's all very awesome. Thumbs up, honest, genuine, second day response. This is awesome. And in the measurement that I'm always taking of, like, I've got too many games that I wish I might play for the course of this show, and having to decide which ones am I going to keep, which ones am I going to eliminate. I really wasn't going to play through Oblivion because it just was goofy looking and clunky feeling enough. This remaster makes it awesome and badass enough that I'm like, now I actually really want to play through it. Not that the original wasn't awesome, but because now I can experience the original in the glory of what is, approximately next-gen level rendering of it, which is a great fortuitous thing, and I'm super grateful that I can do that. So thank you for joining me. I'm about ready to get into it. Let me adjust this positioning on this little guy. A new gimmick that I'm going to be using. I'm not going to keep it up all the time, but when I want to, but also specifically for when I say it, and then to let it linger. Hello, TikTok Live. Hello, Twitch TV. Thank you for watching. Please don't be shy. Please do say hi as you swipe on by. I'll be checking in on chat and doing TikTok roll call in a hot minute. Actually, finally ready to get going. Let's go.
Yes? Let's hear it.
Hello.
Good morning.
What?
Everyone's saying there's trouble in Kavach. The whole
Sorry, you want me? I'm Shum Gro Yarak, the Count's butler. If it's not one thing, it's another. The Count is very particular about his food and drink. Everything must be just so. I ask myself, do I like you enough to tell you about this? Don't make me laugh. Please, I'm embarrassed, but thank you. Sure, that's cute. Is that so? I don't think so. This is not something I would tell the likes of you.
Hound
Go
destroy-
bother
That's
someone
just
else.
terrible.
Sure.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Greetings, Red Guard. What can I do for you? Maybe it's just me, but I find Falanu Hlalu really odd. And I've seen him hanging around the graveyard with a strange smile on his face. Goodbye.
Hail! What? He's a raving lunatic. I'm assuming you're asking because he's done something strange. Like what? Oh, like shouting obscenities at you? Or wearing only fur for an entire year? Or waiting outside your house every morning? Not that you'll get anyone else in town to admit it. Oh, he's harmless. We're used to him. Harmless. Ha! One day he'll snap. Then watch out. I saw Ugok Ramogok earlier. At least I think it was her. Perhaps it was her sister. Be seeing ya.
Good morning. What do you want? Urus the shepherd sure takes care of his sheep. And boy, does he like cheese. I mean, he really likes cheese. I don't trust you enough to talk about that. What can I interest you in? That's a good deal. That's a fair deal.
Part of me wants to look up, do I need Daedra hearts for anything? And should I be stockpiling them? Part of me wants to just sell them because they seem to drop aplenty when we fight Daedra, and that seems to be the whole game. What do you guys think? Anybody out there got an opinion? Should I stockpile these or should I sell them? Dear Eclipse, clip that. Tune in for more Oblivion Remastered action in the coming hours, days, weeks, and months here on the incorrigible Mr. Zuppo's Almost Daily Variety Gaming Livestream Show Extravaganza.
No deal. Thank you for your patronage. Take care.
I've killed far worse than you. Make it quick. This better be good. We understand each other perfectly. I don't trust you enough to talk about that. Be seeing you.
What can I do for you? Can I interest you in some of my wares? That's a good deal. You got a great deal there. That seems a fair price. Thanks for your business. I heard that the Kvatch Guard is driving back the Daedra. Maybe there's hope after all. Take care.
May the wind be on your back. What can I do for you? Hey, you're the one they call the hero of Kvatch, aren't you? The one that closed the Oblivion gate and saved the city? Concerning this, I can only speak to a friend. Goodbye.
Hello there.
Do you believe any of that talk about more Oblivion gates opening all over the place?
Certainly not.
Glarther is acting even stranger than usual, don't you think?
Absolutely.
Where's Orthor? I haven't seen him lately.
He's probably still out at the cave. Adriana hasn't let him work here in a long time.
Bye.
Be seeing you.
Hello. I'm Salinas Vesinus of the Mages Guild, and I'm so pleased to make your acquaintance. Have you met Adriana Berena, our Skingrad Mages Guild head? Not the most pleasant person, I'll admit. Don't mind her. Interested in training? I do the conjuration courses, and Druja does the mysticism. Things in the guild have been different since Traven was named Archmage. They're more structured, but everyone seems tense. The guild can provide you with some training, but the best trainers are usually very hard to find. Adriana Barrena is the person you're looking for. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to help you. I don't mean to gossip, but he is more than a bit strange. However, he's always been tolerated as the town eccentric. Farewell.
Hail and welcome, friends. Hail!
What's new with you?
There are rumors that the Nords are attempting to capture the whole of Solstheim and remove the Imperial fort on the island.
The Nords have always been protective of their territory. It's no wonder they get involved in these disputes.
Bye.
Farewell.
How are you today? What? Who are you? Ah, who cares? I'm Druya. You want something? Or you just practicing your Cyrodiilic? It's a town like any other. Well, go outside and there's the mountains and wines and sheep. Here in town, though, nothing special. I don't know what Archmage Traven has against necromancy, but the first thing he did after taking over the Mages Guild was to ban its practice. Oh no, that's Adriana's job, not mine. If you ask about it, don't be surprised if she's annoyed. She doesn't like being interrupted. Adriana may read too much, but you should see the summon spells she taught Vigga. He might teach you if you're skilled enough. Take care.
Hello, associate. I trust you have good reason for interrupting me. What, you want a tour? Can't you see I have a lot on my mind? Go bother a beggar or a guard. They stand around and chatter all day. I'm listening. Excellent. I accept. How nice. It's just what I wanted. I'll take that. And thank you very much. See, was that hard? Every little bit helps. Thank you. For me? Thanks. There's at least one person in every guild hall who offers spells. Check at every hall to make sure you don't miss any. Adderhorn Castle near Coral is besieged by marauders. I wish I could go and save them. What, you want a tour? Can't you see I have a lot on my mind? Go bother a beggar, a guard. They stand around and chatter all day. I'm afraid I haven't given it much thought. I'm rather busy, you understand. My research occupies nearly all of my time. Now that I think about it, I do have a small problem concerning Earthor. He's one of the guild mages here. Think you can do something about it? Excellent. I just don't have the time to search for him again, but I do need to consult him about some notes he borrowed. You might want to ask around and see if anyone can be of some help. Let me know when he's back and you'll have your recommendation. It's been the home of the Mages Guild for the longest time. You should see the library they have there. It's the only place worth visiting in the Imperial City, if you ask me. I only make the trip if I can't find a specific book here. He's an interesting fellow. Selena's Bassinus can tell you more about him if you wish to know. Selena should be around here somewhere. Talk to him if you'd like to know more about Earthor. Have Earthor see me when he gets back, associate.
The prey approaches.
I hear you got quite a task from Adriana. Have you met Adriana Barrena, our Skingrad Mages Guild head? Not the most pleasant person, I'll admit. Don't mind her. Interested in training? I do the conjuration courses and Druja does the mysticism. A nice enough guy, I suppose, but there was that awful scamp incident last year. That's when Adriana told him he needed to practice somewhere else. Somewhere else. Meaning somewhere far away. So he settled down in Bleak Flats Cave, did all his work there, and came back to town twice a week to check in. Hasn't been around lately, though. Oh dear, I just can't seem to remember where that is. What a shame. I'm here to help if you need me.
What? Things in the guild have been different since Travin was named Archmage. They're more structured, but everyone seems tense. Between the two of them, Borisian and Gaspar have mastered nearly every type of spell there is. You'd be wise to go see them if you can. He hasn't shown up here in a while. I assumed he was still out at Bleak Flats Cave, where he usually stays. I don't remember where it is, honestly. I know it's west of Skingrad. Druja could probably tell you. She has a better memory than I do. Good day.
Well met.
Is it me, or is it quieter around here with Earthor missing?
Absolutely.
Glafir is acting even stranger than usual, don't you think?
Good day.
Hello, associate.
What is it, associate?
Yes. I haven't seen him in quite some time, but then, this isn't the first time he's been away, so I wasn't really that concerned. It's just northwest of Skingrad. Here, see it on the map? That's where Earthor wound up, after Adrian told him he couldn't practice in the guild hall anymore. She probably doesn't even remember that. You might want to make sure she remembers, especially the part about it being her idea. Good luck finding Earthor.
You're here about that recommendation, I presume. I'll need to speak with Earthor before I write it. Oh, I do remember telling him to go there. Well, we'll just have to do something about that, won't we? By we, I mean you, of course. I have something that may help. It's a basic fireball spell, in case you need to defend yourself. I'll be here when you get back. Good luck. Greetings, Evoker.
Hello. Is it me? Or is it quieter around here with Earthor missing?
Of course.
Where's Orthor? I haven't seen him lately.
Goodbye. Greetings, apprentice.
What's new with you?
I heard people saying they ran into goblins around here not long ago. I can't stand those things.
Goblins. Ugh. Evil, foul-smelling little brutes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yes?
Hail!
Well met.
How goes it?
Greetings, Red Guard.
Yes? Let me take a look at what you've got. I heard that the Kvatch Guard is driving back to Daedra. Maybe there's hope after all. Be seeing you.
Can I help you, sister? What do you want? What brings you to Skingrad? Hunting goblins? Sure, they're thick in the West Weald, but you'll find their holes all over Cyrodiil. You heard of Goblin Jim's Cave? It's a big one. It's a long walk due north of Skingrad in the Imperial Reserve. A long way from civilization. I'm willing to teach, if you're willing to learn. Good day. I'm listening.
Hello.
Hi.
What can I do for you? Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. That seems a fair price. A good price for a good customer.
Very similar to the Daedric hearts. I don't know about these flawed sapphire ruby bits. Am I supposed to just be selling these off like common, I like what they did in Asheron's. Wait a minute, not Asheron's. Wait, where is it? I like what they did. Come here. In Assassin's Creed Shadows, they called the loot that's junk but valuable, that you don't need to worry about saving and collecting for any other reason because you're just there to sell it to get money. They named them something and they separated them out in a little lump at the end of the inventory. So when you're on the vendor merchanting page to merchant to people, you can sell that merch. I don't know what to do about these, and part of me wants to ask the internet, but part of me wanted to wait and find out and see if we got and here's your first home, or your quarters where the trunk that you can deposit stuff in. I remember getting there in Skyrim. It didn't take that long. And then in ESO, the MMO version of this world, it also did not take that long in the earliest of early days to get to a place that was like, this is mine. And this trunk is for me to put stuff away, to not think about it for a long time until I need to use it. Anyways, I don't know which to do, and I'm stuck. And I may not answer it for myself right now. I'm not going to look it up yet, but I thought I'd see what would happen if I tried making a magic movie loop, asking audience folks out there watching to tell me what am I supposed to do with this. Eclipse, please clip that. Now we're going to dive back into the game. Here we go, friends. Comedy. I also have this other question. These scrolls of magic scrollage right here, like absorb power and inspiration and the others that I've got, am I supposed to collect those and use them judiciously once? Or am I supposed to read them and learn them and then mix and match them into a loadout based on having learnt them, and they become little baubles that I put on my shortcut list? Which way does it work? I don't know! And I'm too scared to tinker with them to find out just yet. But for funsies and for outreach, hello, are you an old school Oblivion expert? Or are you also new and fumbling your way through Oblivion Remastered? Together again for the very first time. Team up with me in helping, or not team up with me, it's a single player game. But shout out to you and rock on. I'm also here, and help me out, or let's share some knowledge. I'll tell you about stuff I've figured out. Also, I don't want spoilers. I should make that clear. No spoilers. Don't spoiler this game for me. I bet a bunch of trolls, snipers are gonna just come in here and start stream sniping me with spoilers. Anyways, that went off the rails. Fun moment. I'm just promoting that I'm having fun with this game, and it's now definitely part of my hardcore rotation of too many games, but I love them and I must play them. And I got to spin the wheel of variety soon and not get as sucked in as I got into Shadows, so that we get a little bit more variety per day, per week. Tune in for how this show evolves and changes. But for now, for this hot moment, for this next several minutes, hours, we're deep in Oblivion Remastered. It's still the opening chapter, don't fret. We still haven't finished the first town, Clavach. We haven't recovered that town yet. I'm making the rounds and doing weird things and I'm trying to, most importantly, get my core essential stuff that I carry around down to the least thing, but I'm scared to sell out these diamond things, these rubies and bits. But I guess I could, in theory, always buy them back. Here we go. Eclipse. Clip that. I just thought of a whole nother crazy question. Why is this Blade's shield, Blade's helmet, and Blade's boots valued at 0? Although I guess it says 100%. It says 100 on whatever the heart symbol means. I really haven't figured out how to read and judge and compare, particularly armor in this game. Like, how do I know how much it's protecting me? Is that... I guess that's the shieldy button. The shieldy number. Maybe this is a terrible, terrible, terrible combo. I shouldn't be wearing this. Heart, 100. But stabby bits... I don't know what this... I guess that's damage? It's nothing, but obviously it wouldn't be. But then there's clearly a shield symbol there. 7, 2, and 2. That sounds terrible. Weren't the other heavy things that I was wearing earlier that I recently sold, weren't they way better? And then the weight, 14, 7, 10. They're like stupid heavy. And they're valued at 0. I shouldn't be wearing this. I need to rethink my entire loadout right now. And I think I'm going to sell everything and then buy something. If I can. I don't know. Here we go.
That's more than I'd usually pay. A fine transaction. A good price for a good customer. That seems a fair price.
Okay, well, I'm glad I didn't go overboard and like see that there was steal items and then just buy them unnecessarily. Comparing and contrasting. Hold on, let's make them both be on the same widget. Now that I've figured out intuitively in my fingers, here's how we make these things happen. I can now compare and contrast. The gear, same tab, same sort order. I don't know if this is the same Rusty Shield that I sold off earlier. I don't know if this vendor menu is universal. It's like one universal vendor no matter which character you're talking to. Some games do it that way. Or if it's a unique individual vendor with its own unique individual vendor list and budget, and I don't know. I'm not even worried about it. The point being, I was like, oh, maybe that I should be rocking this stuff instead of the Blades version. But look at the actual stats. Blades shield, heart 100, shield 7, weight 14. It's heavy. Should it be heavier than it protects you? Rusty iron shield 100, the heart 100, the shield actual 6, so weaker. It's a little bit lighter though. So I guess meh. I'll stick with what I got. Same thing with the greaves. Well, I don't see greaves. Do I no longer have greaves here? Maybe I need to buy the iron greaves back. Maybe. Let me actually back out of this vendor. What do I got boots wise? What am I wearing on my boots? Blades boots. I don't see greaves. I might pick up the iron greaves because that seems to be 100. Whatever heart symbol means, 100 of it. And then the shield is 3. The steel ones, whatever heart symbol means, it's only 71, even though it's the same shield. I think that's a good. It's stronger. I should probably. You know what I miss? Can I go on a rant for a hot second? You know what I really miss, dear friends? When games were exclusively boxed physical media, they all came with a manual. Even if the manual was a hack job and not very pretty and not very well designed and not very well put together, it was still a manual. And in theory, unless it was an absolute garbage manual, it explained this stuff to you. The fundamentals, so that you could figure it out. Answer your own questions eventually with enough information, you know. It would at least... Obviously, this is sort of self-explanatory. I know what the money symbol is how much it sells for. Or is you're paying. The weight, duh, obvious. I hadn't really looked at those before, duh. But shield is, I guess, its defensive value. And for whatever reason, the scale is smaller than 10. I guess maybe the scale is 1 through 11? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what heart means. Is that how much life it adds? Because some things it's like it's adding HP. Is that just HP? It's adding HP to your base HP. I guess? I don't want to sound like a complete moron, but sometimes I am. And then AZ, of course, is like name. Took me forever to figure out why the Y button was up there. I'm like, what does Y do? What does Y do? And I don't want to haggle. I don't even want to deal with the haggle button. But that's what we're looking at. I finally figured it out, though. Well, at least it's locked in my brain. I apparently am not wearing greaves. So I gotta double check that. I'm gonna zen out and round out this buying and selling of stuff and accommodating of what I'm wearing and what I'm equipping and what I'm gonna schlep around with me and what I'm not going to anymore. And then we're gonna do this tour of all the cities to pick up easy starter quests like we just did in this city and figure out if the hotel and Mages Guild stuff is easy to get to, and just talk to people to pick up things like go find this guy sort of nonsense like we just did. I'm going to hit every city on the map without getting on my horse, and then I'm going to take a little itty bitty breather break, reset my brain, and then we're going to go do the war in that town I cannot pronounce to get that story thing going. Thank you for joining me. Here we go, friends. Strap in.
Thank you for your patronage. Bye.
How are you?
Welcome to Colovian Traders, Skingrad's finest selection of general merchandise. I'm Gunder. Just let me know what you want. Now let's do business. A pleasure to serve you. Good day.
Apparently, I had been, without realizing it, running around without pants on. I apologize. That was not intentional. I wasn't trying to be weird or bizarre about that. I just didn't realize I'd forgotten to, or I'd sold off a pair and not gotten another pair, or whatever I did. And I was just like, dope, derp, derp. And since you only really see kneecaps, I kind of just didn't notice for a minute. Deeply apologize. Okay, we've set that to correctness. Let us proceed on with the overall plan that I've already outlined, that I will not recap here so that I don't get too redundant. Thank you for joining me, friends. And yeah, this has been a trip. It's been wild. The nostalgia buffs that already played this game, I hope, are also loving it. But for me, it's the nostalgia of getting to play a game I never got to play, that I missed out on, that everyone told me was awesome, and that I always thought does kind of look ugly, though. I never liked the character design in this game. That now looks awesome and has awesome, beautiful, regular, what they wanted, I'm sure, character design to have looked like, but couldn't achieve back then. And essentially the same game, though. And so here we go. It's great. I'm going to mute myself for a while and just get immersed. Peace. Let's get groovy. And by get groovy, I mean make a save file so we don't lose track of what the F just happened. And then look at the map for a while and figure out what to do next. Here we go, getting groovy. Also smokes a butt. Obviously, duh. Didn't mean to say it. Didn't need to, but I did. And now I'm going to be quiet and not show it off because I don't need to show it. But you need to be chill about it because it's my channel. Public service announcement. The more you know. Also, please be adults. Thank you. Please read the terms of service of all the platforms that you use. Not that I'm a bootlicker. I question authority and all that in reality? Have you heard my podcast? But also, hello, can we be civilized and like not be completely uncivilized? Pin on the corkboard. So many thoughts crashing at once. Here we go. Save filing and moving on and groovifying my brain and proceeding to deep diving into the immersion of this. I will check in with you later. Feel free to chat. That's why I made the little purple glowing text things. Yeehaw!
Go ahead, please. If I can't fix it, it ain't broke. Armor, weapons, I have it all. How may I help you?
One of the things I've never been very clear on is how on earth does this economy work in this franchise? That's like, how long is it going to take me to get 10 grand to spend on this helmet? And what? Like, we make so little gold. In the scale that I see from this early on in the game, this few hours played into it, like, how on earth are we ever going to get to 10 grand for this helmet? What? I don't get it. Unless we turn to straight thievery and we're just like farming areas where we can steal high value goods, which I haven't really found yet. A lot of the lootable items and random stuff is non-valuable. It's zero net worth stuff, which I don't know what we're supposed to do with. I'm not going to collect that if it's meaningless and just taking up space. Not that I'm complaining. I'm just saying there's mysteries to be figured out. I'm trying to get a hand on what I should be wearing, and I think I'm okay with these zero value Blades helmets and Blades boots. I thought I had a Blades Iron Cuirass, but I guess I don't. I have a regular Iron Cuirass. I kind of want to go. I was also trying to find that room again to see if there was a Cuirass there that I didn't grab. That maybe has slightly better stats than the Blade, since the shield does. The helmet, not compared to this crazy helmet, but compared to a regular helmet. No, it's equivalent. It's heavier, but isn't stronger. So I don't know. Playing, having fun either way.
Tell your friends about me. Take care.
Oh, my mic is open, so I might as well take the opportunity to explain for anybody following along. I'm giving myself an insta travel tour of all the cities, because we have insta travel open right away in this game, apparently. From whenever the game releases you into the open map. Right when you're supposed to go to the very first Oblivion portal, you technically can travel to any city. And you can avoid the Oblivion portal action for a hot minute if you want to. I've completed the first half, but I haven't gone back to fight that second fight in the actual city of Kavlichi, Shlomil, Shlomazul, Hasenpepper Incorporated. But I decided now is a good time to do a proper inventory of like what the F is going on in each of these cities. And as I said earlier, kind of importantly, sell as much of my stuff off as possible. To have room for the next wave of adventures to actually loot stuff. Because I was just encumbered all over.
What is it?
And so anyways, thank you for joining me as I do that. I'm just going to literally travel around the map, touch base in every city and give myself a little quick running guided tour, talk to a couple vendors here and there. see if there's any cool things that are better than the gear I'm wearing that I can afford to buy that isn't thousands and thousands and thousands. But I think I'm at the best gear I got access to right now. And then eventually, after forgetting what the F I was doing, we're going to go back to that town where the battle is and help the guy finish the battle. If it doesn't expire. I don't think it does.
Hello.
Oh, and we got to talk to the magic lady at the university again about the secret message. We wrote it down. Green Emperor, Tower touches midday sun is what we got out of the code. Although I don't know if that's an anagram. That still needs to be de-anagramized.
Yes.
And we're going to get going. Let's get into it.
Welcome to the Oaken Crozier. This one is Talasima, your hostess. Our rooms and food are at your disposal. I heard that the Kavach Guard is driving back the Daedra. Maybe there's hope after all. The Oaken Crozier is the place of choice for well-bred visitors to Coral. The Grey Mare is more suitable for others. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. That seems a fair price. Come back and see me again. Goodbye.
Well met. I heard that the Kavach Guard is driving back the Daedra. Maybe there's hope after all.
That's great. Take care. Hello. Greetings to you.
Do you think what happened to Kavach could happen even?
This is a 30-page historical document. But does it have, like, tangible meaning? All these games, Elder Scrolls, Assassin's Creed, not so much Call of Duty, not in a more obvious way, but like sort of in the campaign modes, kind of. And others, like books within worlds of books. Crazy.
How are you? Go ahead, please. Not smart to carry around broken equipment. Farewell.
Good to see you.
What's going on with you?
I understand Dago worship has been increasing. Hello. You haven't seen my sons, have you? They went off into the forest to fight those monsters, and I'm worried about them. My sons. Have you seen my sons?
Looks like we stumbled on a fun starter quest. I'm down to pick up a handful of these so that we know we've got lots of fun side quests to pick up once we finish that fight over in that town that we're going to team up that guy with in a hot minute once we make the circuit all the way around all the cities. Here we go. Picking up this quest and trying... Oh, does not want a vendor? I was hoping he was also a vendor. Trying to buy my first horse so I can go get it armored up. But also trying to sell stuff. At each stop, I'm going to go to the guild if they've got it. Now, I belong to both Mage and Fighters Guild. I'm going to go to each guild. And as that taking stuff of value there that isn't labeled red is not stealing, I'm going to pick up stuff in each city and vendor them in a different city for money. Let's see how much or how little money we can make doing that in one rotation around the map.
Do you believe any of that talk about more Oblivion gates opening all over the place? Haven't you seen her around town? She's either at the Grey Mare or she's sulking around the Mages Guild, it seems. Yes, Rallus and Antis. They're going to fight off the creatures at our farm, but I fear for their safety. For the last few days, we've suffered attacks from these creatures at our farm not far from Coral. They're coming from someplace in the Great Forest. I don't know where, but Rallus may know more by now. My boys will take up the fight, even if the guards won't. Doesn't matter if it's outside the town walls, it still affects us all. They expect me to go with them, but I fear in my old age I'm not the warrior I once was. Would you go in my place? Somehow, I knew you'd do the right thing. I'm supposed to meet them at Wayne and Priory. You'd best get whatever supplies you need now, so you can get there in time. I need a drink to calm my nerves. Please, excuse me.
Wait, how serious do I need to be in time for? Shit. I thought these were not time related. I thought I could just pick these up and then ignore them for a while to go do that other thing. Maybe we'll go ahead and just go straight there from this, so it doesn't risk being like, oh, I left them to fend for themselves and they got taken out of the world. Let's go see what's going on.
Please, don't waste time speaking to an old man. Go and help my sons.
Okay, no. The wording of this makes me feel better. When I'm prepared, I should make my way to Wayne and Priory. That reassures me that although there is urgency in the quest giver's voice and whatnot, that arguably I can now just leave that chilling on this list of side quests. And then, pick and choose my preferred return to those side quests in the order that I want. So we're going to move on. Although I will laugh, there is a sense of time passing and come see me tomorrow at this time. I wonder if you goof off and explore sideways too long, do the things time out and then you're just like, boo, you're a terrible person, you left, you promised to take all these quests on, you didn't do any of them. I wonder. I might be setting myself up for failure on my very, 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 very first run of Oblivion Remastered. But I don't know. At least I've got 2 trusty horses to follow me around every time I teleport. Let's find out what happens, friends. Tune in for more over on Twitch or on TikTok Live. Eclipse, clip that.
What do you want? Frostcrag's spire has been uninhabited for so long. They say it was as wondrous as the arcane university itself. Be seeing you.
Well met.
Have mercy. Just one coin. One more coin and I can get a pair of shoes. Olga sure can tell a good story. I'm not normally a big fan of Bard's tales, but she's got some good ones. He's a fairy tale. The Imperial Watch pretends there is a thief king named the Grey Fox who controls all the thieves in Cyrodiil. Of course, it's all just made up to give them an excuse to keep us down. Thank you, kind lady. Blessings of anew upon ye. Just one.
Hello.
Well met. What's going on with you?
I have heard that Nord warriors have traveled from Skyrim with orc mercenaries to assault the Redarin of Morrowind.
The Nords have always been protective of their territory. It's no wonder they get involved in these disputes.
Take care.
What do you want? If I can't fix it, it ain't broke. Be seeing you.
I'm saving up enough for some medicine. Sirach is a good healer. He's a Redguard, but you'd think he was a Nord the way he acts. He's a fairy tale. Of course, it's all just made up. Thank you, kind lady. Blessings of Mystara upon ye.
Skjorda, Nordwinds. We've got clothes and armor, and I've got a headache. So keep your voice down, please. Need new clothing? I have a fantastic selection. That seems a fair price. That's more than I would usually pay. You've got a great deal there. A good price for a good customer. appreciate your business. We drink because we're happy. We're Nords. It's just the thick tongue and fat head the day after that makes me unhappy. Goodbye.
Good morning. What? Did you hear about Braden Lyrian? A vampire hunter named Raynil Draelus made his way into town, snuck into his house, and killed him. Yes, the vampire hunter. As far as I know, he just showed up recently here in Bruma. Not only that, but he already found a vampire among us. Apparently, Braden Lyrian was one of those vile creatures, and Raynil slew him. Kind of strange, though. I never figured Braden to be a vampire. He seemed to be such a likable fellow. Bye.
I'm Surotan, proud owner of Nova Roma, a little piece of Heartland Empire here in the lofty Gerals. Did you ever hear about the ghost of Lord Vlindrel? They say he haunts the road to Coral. Not that I've ever seen him myself, mind you. No need to go to the Imperial City. Bruma may look like a Skyrim town, but we've got all the comforts of the warm Nibbanean South. May I interest you in some of my fine wares? You've made a good bit of gold. That's a fair deal. Come back and see me again. Take care.
I'm saving up enough. Thank you. Blessings of Julianos upon ye. Well, I'm only asking for a... Thank you. Blessings of Stendar upon ye.
Hello! What can I do for you today? I've heard Edla Darkheart was once an assassin. The Countess is Heartland Nibenian, and so are most guildsmen and chapelmen, but most others are as Nordish as you'll find. I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil. Good journey to you.
Well, I'm only asking for a single...
Morning.
Greetings. Are you looking for a horse? The Wild Eye Stables have the best paint horses in Cyrodiil. Apparently, Right Wind teaches his blade skills to other Fighters Guild members. Sorry, all I have is paints. Serviceable beasts, but nothing special. We Nords are no great fanciers of horse flesh. Except in stews, I'm afraid. Bruma's paint horses are the toughest in Cyrodiil. You can only buy them from me. So am I. I can't sell them for any less, but if you change your mind, come back. Farewell.
What's this about? Go inside and talk to Petrine if you want to buy a horse. I'm new here in Bruma myself. I'm from down Heartland way. Nords up here, no offense, don't work as hard as us Imperial Heartlanders. Be seeing you.
Make it quick. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. Enough talk.
Oh, hello.
Books. I sell books. Go ahead, look, buy some. Hey, you're the one they call the Hero of Kvatch, aren't you? The one that closed the Oblivion Gate and saved the city? Blasted thief! I hope they string him up when they catch him. He's a slippery one, though. Concerning this, I can only speak to a friend. Pay attention, and you can learn a lot. I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil. Tell your friends about me. Take care.
Well met, adventurer. A moment of your time, if you please. Perhaps you'll be able to assist me. I'm after some skooma dealers. I was walking past Rosentia Galenis' home the other day, and I heard these strange animal noises, or something from inside. Very odd. A small group of skooma dealers, led by a Dunmer named Kylius Lanavo, is holed up in the Greyland settlement, just up the road. I've been trying to catch Lanavo for months, but every time I approach the place, his lookout sees me, and he goes running. I need someone to go in there and put a stop to those fetchers. I don't care what it takes. We must get that poison they're selling off the street. Bring me Lanavo's ring as proof he's been dealt with, and I'll give you the bounty on him. Don't turn your back on Lenavo for a second. He wouldn't think twice about burying his blade there. Be vigilant. Lenavo is a snake.
The dividing line between a live hero and a dead one is a sharp sword. Get the best you can afford from Tunzius, because you don't want to be on the dead guy side of the line, do you? Ugak Brobal has some good books at Southern Books. He's an odd one, though. Always seems ready for a fight. I make all the weapons and armor for the guard. Damn good stuff. Pop you open like a ripe melon. I can fix whatever you break. Let's do business. A fine transaction. A good price for a good customer. You got a great deal there. Come back and see me again. Be seeing ya. Have pity, beautiful lady. I got nothing to eat. I'm saving up enough for some medicine. Anvil is all in an uproar. First, the chapel attacked. Now the prophet ranting about the end of the world. He's a fairy tale. The Imperial Watch pretends there's a thief king named the Gray Fox who controls all the thieves. Of course, it's all... Thank you, kind lady. Blessings of Stendar upon ye.
Hi there.
Good evening.
Oh, hello. Well, you found the three sisters. Beds and food. Not cheap, but you get what you pay for. I'm Shuravi, the sister that works and worries. Shamada is sweet and decorative. Shomara is dumb as a post, but she can cook at least. Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in? You drive a hard bargain. That's a fair deal. Tell your friends about me. They say a whole island with an inhuman statue appeared near Burville, as if the world wasn't crazy enough already. Blackwood Company is putting the Fighters Guild to shame. They're a new mercenary company competing with the Guild. Beast people and other savages. Work cheap and fast. No job too tough. Not fussy either. Fighters Guild better watch out. I have just the thing for you. A lovely suite on the second floor for only 40 gold a night. Quite a steal. Interested? Very well. Let me know if you change your mind. Be seeing you.
How goes it?
What? If it's broken, I can fix it.
Witsadutsi runs a clean establishment. She really hates it when people mess up her place.
Bye.
Good evening.
Hello there. How are you?
Good. What can I do for you? Everybody's talking about the hero of Kvatch. They say she actually went into an Oblivion gate and destroyed it. Goodbye.
Greetings to you. Gilgondrin. Silver Home on the Water has beds and food. What's your pleasure? I saw Kud-Ai moping around outside the Mages Guild yesterday. In fact, I could swear she was crying. I hope she finds her missing friend. My neighbor, Droshanji, is worried. He's seen creatures around the house lately. Why don't you talk to Droshanji? See if you can help. There's a room free, all right. Best you'll find in Reveal, if I do say so. 20 gold, and it's yours for the night. Right. You'll have to go upstairs to the second floor. Your room is the second door on the right, before the staircase. Thank you for your patronage. Take care. Go ahead, please. Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you. That's a good deal. Come back and see me again. Farewell.
Hello.
Hello.
What can I do for you? Hey, you're the one they call the hero of Kvatch, aren't you? Goodbye.
You have my ear, citizen. The Imperial Legion is at your disposal, citizen. What seems to be the problem? The Kvatch Oblivion Gate has been closed. Don't you understand what that means? We can beat the bastards! Carry on.
I have a feeling that you and I are about to become very close.
Hello!
What's new with you?
I heard...
Go ahead, please. Things in the guild have been different since Traven was named Archmage.
heard people
Farewell.
saying they ran into goblins around here not long.
What? The Mages Guild has made more than a few enemies since... I think I may have figured out the hidden message in Mainkar Cameron's books. Do you have the 3rd and 4th volumes with you? Excellent. Let's see. Yes, the first letter of each paragraph spells out a message. Write this down. Green Emperor Way, where tower touches midday sun. Are you familiar with Green Emperor Way? The gardens around the Imperial Palace? Something must be revealed there at noon. How exciting! Tell me more. What a thoughtful gift. What a fool you are. I doubt it. Where'd you get that? That's good. Thank you. I appreciate the gesture. How nice. It's just what I wanted. Thank you. How kind. That will get you something. That works for me. I've half a mind to go down to Green Emperor Way myself and see what's there. Well, good luck. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Morning.
Well met.
Well met. Rochelle Bantian, Samuel's wife. I'm glad he's settled down to training in the quiet life. Samuel was a bit wild as a young man. The city will do that to you. Bad company, bad influences. Farewell.
Remember, trespassing in the Imperial Palace is a serious crime. Do not venture
All
beyond the
citizens
first
are welcome
and
in the
second
Imperial
floors.
Palace, at least on the first 2 floors.
Can you imagine if I just kept walking away? I almost walked away. If I'd stepped through that door and missed it, and it was only hilariously random that I was like, I walked back to it and I was like, oh, I'm up here. I might as well jump on top to see if there's like a button you're supposed to push on top or something. No. You had to wait until noon for the map to appear, which I suppose now has marked something in my map. Let's look at quests. Aha! The shrine. Followed the clues hidden in the 4 volumes written by Mark. Okay, yeah. So each time one of these things, that becomes the page on the thing. Find my way into the shrine located and locate the Amulet of Kings. Way over there. Okay, so do I want to do this thing? Or do I want to go fight that fight in that fighty McFight over there on that other thing? Or do I want to take a break? Because we've been at this for 4 hours. 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 56 seconds. Right as I looked up. But I digress. Or do I want to push on right now? There's a bunch of stuff I can do now. Let's do... Oh, I should be putting on this robe of glib tongues every time I go shopping. I've decided. I've realized. Fortify mercantile, fortify speechcraft, fortify personality. I'll get better prices on everything. And I look mighty fine wearing it too. But I digress. Save right here. To see if that makes a screenshot of the save game. But also saving. Screenshot. I need to take a moment to think what I want to do. Because everything's like tantalizing. All the options are... I can run around and just do a bunch of side quests first. And get super dope overpowered. But then when I go do that fight with that town, will all the things like be super overpowered in response? I don't know. How advanced is this game? Or will they be like swoop, 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 swoop? Let me pause here for one hot second. Please and thank you. But also, hello TikTok Live and hello Twitch TV. Don't be shy. Please say hi as you swap on by. We're taking a pause moment here to think and ooh, the glowy bits went away. So that really was like a sundial tuned into like the o'clock. The real-time day-night cycle matters in this game. Say what? And buying and selling mushrooms is, I think, the way to become a millionaire. I've just decided. I just realized, A, how awesome and freely abundant magic mushrooms, or things that look like magic mushrooms but aren't, are just everywhere. They should get you ass, but they don't. But we can get them everywhere. Look at, they're everywhere. And they're not thievery. They just grow on the floor, you know? Okay, what are we doing? We already saved, but let's poke around and think and look. That one's burden. I don't want to do that. This one restores agility and other unknown effects potentially, or nothing. Let's eat one. That book about like testing things and that's how you learn. That's how you do it in Elder Scrolls Online. Like one of the things that you can do early on in alchemy is just like eat the stuff, and that gets you points in alchemy because eating the stuff gets you... No, eating the stuff gives you scientific knowledge about the stuff and its effects and lets you know that... But I don't know, am I supposed to eat a bunch? Does it only work like if I eat it when I need to restore agility? I don't know. Ooh, but look at that. It's making me glow in a fun way. Either way, there's a bunch. Come here, you. And they sell for a gold each. So if you just like if you just zone out for a minute, go somewhere where these things grow, and just like run around, and then wait a minute, and then run around again, you can like farm the shit out of this. What? I'm still busy teleporting. Here's the plan. Anybody dropping by? Hello, friends. Don't be shy. Please say hi. Leave a note that lets me be able to read your name later, dear TikTok viewers. But what I'm gonna do is do a little TikTok roll call later after I see how much money I can make selling dreams. Because this is crazy and funny. It might be my recipe to financial success in the game. I just run around in a circle here in this graveyard where I just did whatever the F. I did give in and just like sell everything, but also I just dumped a bunch of money into bribing the good favor of somebody to see what would happen. And like it didn't seem to change anything. I tried to tell what it did or didn't do. So that was an interesting little experiment. Gotta experiment around to get experiment around to conduct your investigations, your scientific investigations, right? Anyways, my very first playthrough of, I almost said Assassin's Creed Oblivion, which it's not, but I'm kind of pretending that it might as well be. I'm just gonna call everything Assassin's Creed whatever, and then it'll just be one big giant hallucinatory romp through a million different games. This is Assassin's Creed Oblivion. Oh my god, how many things have I'm gonna like earn a bonus title in mushroom horticulture or something. Because every time I do that, it's also a successful like skill grindage, isn't it? For harvesting food? Or am I imagining that? I thought it was. Anyways, this is a great place to harvest mushrooms. I don't know if... I hope they regrow in plentiful amounts later. I presume that they will. I don't know. This world seems relatively pretty alive for a single player. Like, it's been kind of hilarious seeing NPCs running around looking really busy doing stuff. And having these really bizarre, interesting, in-depth, but very short conversations. And then saying, bye! I'm like, what? What's going on in this little world? Okay. I've got to get back to... Oh, yeah, the dragon statue! This is sort of my ultimate favorite...
How
landmark.
goes it?
Okay.
Here we go.
You?
Not bad.
They say a
These are
whole
worth
island with
hanging
an
out watching.
inhuman statue appeared near Breville. As if the world wasn't crazy enough already.
I hear you.
Heard any news from the other provinces?
Nothing I'd like to talk about.
See you.
Good day. Can you spare a coin? I'm saving up enough for some medicine. He's a fairy tale. Of course it's all just... Anvil is all in an uproar. First, the chapel attacked. Now the prophet ranting about the end of the world.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a sign. That's the one other side quest thing I want to at least go touch base on and figure out where to go to. Because I want to investigate after we win this battle of Klevich. So I guess we're doing that next. I guess what I'm saying. I'm gonna pay this guy off. Go out into the outside. I'm gonna leave this city and we're gonna teleport to what is it, Anvil? Where that place is? I'm gonna figure out where that place is. We're also gonna check in on whatever the F quest I've got currently highlighted and see how close I am to whatever the next objective is supposed to be there. And weigh that against my option of doing the other thing I just said, and then make a decision, then run with it for a while. Hello, friends. Hello. Don't be shy. TikTok Live and Twitch TV Live. Don't be shy. Please say hi as you swipe on through. Swipe on by on your app.
Thank you, kind lady. Thank you, kind lady. Blessings of Anu upon ye.
Personally, at a like urgency level idea, I think I kind of want to stay on this Dragon Shrine thing. It's the most immediate, like, find the Amulet of Kings sort of situation. But also that fight felt pretty urgent, like we should go free this town. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I don't know which one to do next now. Also, I kind of feel it's time for a break, for reals. Like a meal break. Let me feel that out a little bit longer, and I kind of also just want to go on this see this pilgrimage thing. Desecrated Chapel of Dibala in Anvil. I think I've already just been in that town, too. There's been a lot of... The chapel is the one other thing that everyone's talked about and or not wanted to talk about. Besides whoever that one person is that everyone's really touchy-feely about. So, I kind of maybe want to do that, too. They'll all wait, I think. I hope. Fingers crossed. Here we go. We're going to switch it up to this pilgrimage thing. Then we'll come back. We're going to go pilgrimage, Dragon Shrine, and or Battle for Castle Kvatch. 60-40 each. Here we go. I mean, which one I'm going to do next after pilgrimage. But pilgrimage first. Just to go see him and see what happens. Hopefully that doesn't get too drawn out. Just a little conversation where he tells us what his deal is and then sends us off somewhere else.
Maik knows much, tells some. Maik knows many things others do not. Everybody's talking about the Prophet. After the attack on the chapel, people are inclined to believe almost anything. You too.
What can I do for you? Captain Dougal's rumored treasure has to be true. I wonder if the first Count of Anvil found it. Sure, go down to the chapel and you can't miss him. He'll be the one outside, ranting at passers-by. Yeah, I've heard of him. Isn't he a soldier or guardsman in the Imperial City? He's that thief that the Imperial Watch are always going on about. He likes to steal from rich folk. An all-female gang of thieves has been recently plaguing Anvil with a very unique method of robbing. They pick on only the men. If you want to help us do something about it, go talk to Gogan and Malona. Let's just say Gogan is intimately involved and leave it at that. What are you looking for? The docks, harbour, lighthouse, and castle are outside the walls to the south. Inside the walls, the chapel is in the east. the residences in the west, and the guilds in between. By the time we got there, it was too late. We have no idea how they got in or out without any of our patrols seeing them. Bye.
Evening.
What is it now?
What's going on with you?
They say syndicates of wizards have led a boycott of Imperial goods in the land of the Altma.
The Altma have powerful wizards. It could be a dangerous situation.
Good night.
Goodbye.
Yes?
It's you. Hi. Timothy LaRouche, late of the Black Dog, able seaman. I'll be staying ashore till my stash runs out, then it's off to sea once more. I've gone aground in ports all over the Abyssinian Sea, and Anvil's far from the worst. Got a forecastle for my hammock and Mirabelle to keep it warm. I heard that Velwyn Benaris is trying to sell off Benaris Manor. Hopefully the new owners will clean that eyesore up. That layabout? You can find him wasting time at the Count's Arms. Farewell.
How are you? I'm Azan, head of the Anvil Fighters Guild chapter, and advanced blunt weapons trainer. Let's get to training. Everybody's talking about the Prophet. After the attack on the chapel, people are inclined to believe almost anything. A contract for you? I think I've got something that suits your experience. Arvina Phyllis has some problem with rats in her house. Yes, rats. I'm sure she can explain it to you better than I. She lives here in Anvil. Go and talk to her. Good luck. Our Fighters Guild chapter here is big, primarily because we're a training center, which earns us each a good living. I'm sorry, you're not yet ready for a promotion. Keep completing contracts and take care of any assigned duties. Go take care of the rats, then
Hi
talk
there.
to me. Everybody's talking about the hero of Kvatch.
Hi there.
Yes?
Have you spoken to Wilbur at the Count's Arms? He knows a lot about fine wine.
I've had many good meals at the Count's Arms. I've had even more good bottles of wine there. Everybody's talking about the Prophet. After the attack on the chapel, people are inclined to believe almost anything. I'm Felon Relis of the Mages Guild. I handle alchemy training for the Anvil chapter. Things in the guild have been different since Traven was named Archmage. I don't know where he came from. Just appeared outside the chapel a day or so after the attacks. Been there ever since. A terrible crime. Everyone in the chapel murdered. Who could have done such a thing and why? If you're looking for hard-to-find ingredients, try Lel's quality merchandise outside the walls facing the harbor.
How are you? I greet you. Thorin, journeyman of the Mages Guild. Carahill supported Archmage Traven's appointment from the beginning, and I don't believe the rumors that she just wanted his job at this hall. I believe some people think of Anvil as a slow, sleepy place compared to Eastern Cyrodiil, but there's plenty of trouble up north to be found. You too.
Okay, friends. I think this is a good place to sort of like leave it dangling for a place to kick off instead of trying to round it out now. I need to go grab a bite to eat and all, yo. We've been at this for 4 hours straight. 4 hours, 18 minutes, and 40 seconds. To be exact. So, to tease it out, upon our return, our brave and robust character, Zarika Zeppo the Red Guard, birth sign under the Lord Knight, class level 3, that's now got its inventory thing down, is going to go sell 90 fly. We got 90 of those mushrooms. And we're still not over Doodle Dad. So I got to focus on mushrooms. Mushrooms, mushrooms. Every mushroom in the world, pick it up. Eat some of them and sell all of them as much as possible. We're going to go talk to the prophet and see what that does. Then we're going to go over here to this thing. Back to the Gate to Oblivion to try to fight for Kvatch. And we'll proceed from there. After we win Kvatch, we'll come back and we'll kick off with the rat problem. And I'll work our way through all of these cool new opening. Grab them when you first get to those cities kind of starter quests. According to their interest, appeal, and or difficulty level. Although there's no like, this is difficult, this is more difficult kind of indicator. There's no level indicator. So I'm not sure how that works. We're going to learn along the way. Thank you for watching, friends. For now, I bid you a fond farewell. Peace out. Go be good human beings to each other out there in the real world as well as in the game lobbies, etc., etc. Smash the follow button. Join me on the social media if you dare. I am somewhat controversial on social media. But in the video games, I'm just trying to relax. Oh, we never did TikTok roll call Doodle Dad. Let's go do that right now before we leave. We'll do that right there. Park that right there. Twitch. We got nothing hanging. Yuri, Yasmin, Katha, Chief Mike, Chef Micah. Thank you so much for dropping by, all you guys. Those people's names stick out because I guess they stayed long enough for the system to flag them as visited. Shout out to all of them. Thank you very much, TikTok Live. Thank you very much, Twitch. Goodbye, Dashboard, for the cloud bots. We're going to keep them off for the rest of the evening. We don't need them. They did their thing. Boom. Hello. Welcome back. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having been in support of the show. Shout out to those of you who swing by to watch the video on demand shelf after the fact, or over on YouTube in the YouTube archive. Welcome in. Come on through. Don't forget to click on solo.to/Mr. Seppo. This has been another episode of the incorrigible Mr. Seppo's Almost Daily Gaming Variety Content Creation Live Stream Extravaganza. I'll be right back after a brief break. We're going to pick up where we left off right there. Go do that whole prophet thing. Go fight for Kvatch. And then go fight that rat Pablo and see how deep we get into it this evening. Tomorrow, we're going to mix things up completely. Because the thing we've been putting on the back burner this whole time is getting back to Call of Duty Boot Camp / Campaign Variety Chaos. Because there's a whole collection of Call of Duty games that we never play the campaigns of through, which we're supposed to have been focusing on getting back to forever now. So thank you for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow. And or after I eat dinner tonight. I don't know which. Peace. Click on all of the clicky things. Bye.